Hey, this is Arnav from Scalar, and I'm here to bring you exciting new project tutorial. So, not sure if you have seen, but there's this game called Wordle, which has been very popular on Twitter recently, and a lot of people have been playing this Wordle game where you have to guess a word within 6 tries. So today we are going to be building a project where we will be trying to clone this Wordle game, and we would be using Flutter to make it. As a result of using Flutter, this project that we are going to be building is going to be both a web app as well as a mobile app that can work on Android and iOS operating systems. So stay subscribed to our channel so that you can catch more such exciting project tutorials as they come up. Let's get started with building our Wordle clone.
Okay, cool. So, what we're going to be doing today is how many of you have played Wordle till now? I think on Twitter, it's like a lot of people I see have been playing. I myself have been. It became really viral. Although it's quite a few days since the game has actually launched. I think it's Wordle number 215 or 16, which is going on right now, which means it's more than 6 months since the game has actually launched. Every day there's a new puzzle. But last, I think, since December or so, it has become very popular, right? So let's take a look at what the game is, and then we will see how we can build the same game. I'm going to be building this game in today's class. Most likely, we'll try to see if it's possible to finish in today's class. Fairly easy looking, but when we're going to be building it, we'll be seeing it that there are a couple of things that we need to take care of. So we'll try to build this game as a website, just like the Wordle website is, as you can see here, and also a mobile app. So we'll be using Flutter so that we can build for both web and mobile with the same code base, right? I know a lot of people have sort of the question about Flutter versus Android, and happy to answer some of those questions as well when um, during the session. But let's take a look at the game first. I mean, what the game is that you have to guess a word, and you get 6 attempts to guess it, and the word is a 5-letter word. Okay, so you can just type any word there, and you can either use the on-screen keyboard there, or you can also type from your keyboard as well. So I'm just typing from my keyboard right now, but you can also use these letters here, right? Um, Right. So let's just start with any word actually. Let's say CRAFT. That's a 5-letter word, right? It's hangman without the gory details, as I think we has said there on in the chat. That's actually correct. So we go with this. It says that this result tells me that the correct word does not have RAFT inside it. It does have C, but not in this position. So that's what yellow means. So yellow means the letter I is in this word, but in the wrong spot. Green means the letter W is there and it is actually in the correct spot. So you have actually uncovered one. And gray means that it's a wrong letter, right? There are a few settings also in this game. You can turn on the hard mode. If you turn on the hard mode, it means that words that yellow and green that have turned yellow and green, you have to use them when you're constructing the next word. You can't create another word with completely different 5 letters and see what things exist or not. So anyway, so C exists, but C not in this position, right? So I can say write a word PARCH. It's a valid word. But if I go ahead with this, what I will be doing is I will be actually wasting A and R because I know that these two don't exist. So I should try out some other letters here instead. So let's say I go with SLICE. So I know that C definitely will exist because C has come yellow in a different position. SLI and E were not yet tried. So let's see if these exist. So I go with that. I see that, okay, C and E are in that particular position. I is also there, but not in that position. And then, we can come up with a word which is sort of going to be the correct word. Right. Anybody wants to guess, or anybody has solved today's Wordle? Can't see the last two letters UI issue. Oh, let me see. Oops, seems to be some UI issue. I will just reshare my screen once. Hmm. Let's see if that works better or not. Okay, there's still some screen sharing issue. Um, there's a lag in UI on loading, is what people are saying. Let me see if there is some way I can fix this. Are you still seeing some problems when the screen is sort of resizing? If I sort of shift the window, does it is it showing up in a weird way somewhere? Does it? Okay. Seems there is a bit of a screen sharing issue here. Hold on. I'll just try to share the other screen. Share the laptop screen and see. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll just switch the things around a bit. Okay. It looks like Windows XP. First time sharing from the M1 Max laptop actually, so I haven't done screen sharing. Maybe is it a issue with that or not? Is what I'm trying to check. Okay. Is my audio available now? Sorry. um, I will fix all of these things. I think I got the screen correctly working now. Is everything fine now? I hope. Can you hear me? Now, I think the audio should be fine now. I think the video is also fixed, most likely. Um, okay. Okay, let's get started with it then. Anyway, so I thought some people did guess the word also there. So some people said the word was WINCE. Seems like using the I and then C along with it seems like the only correct choice. And yeah, so that's how the correct answer looks like. Right. So this is something that we would be building. I think mostly we got a fair bit of idea of that. So this is what we will build. We have to build this grid to select the word, and we will need to sort of build the keyboard also here. We will put an on-screen keyboard actually because we need to show these keyboards are to be highlighted with the color of the words that have already gotten selected. Maybe some settings also. So I was thinking if we get some time today, I will expand the game and actually have three different modes. So you can either go with a 4-letter word or a 5-letter word or a 6-letter word. So all three modes would be available, right? So yeah. Sorry if the word got spoiled for anybody. I think that's not an unfair price to pay for watching this video today. Okay, so let's go ahead with starting to build this. So we'll be using Flutter to build it, and
Arnav, your audio is not there.
Hello. Is it audible now? I think it should be audible now. Looking at some of the comments, it says that Wordle probably does not want open source competition.
Okay, cool. So let's see. Okay, give me just a moment. I will just switch around the screen a little bit. Just give me a second. Okay, cool. So mm, now, if I open Visual Studio Code, then just there's an extension for Flutter here. Should install that extension. This is the one. You can install the Flutter extension here. Okay. I am going to be using Android Studio though, because I do have that installed. That works better for me. But code editing wise and functionality wise, there's not a lot of difference. Okay. Once you have installed Flutter, just a couple of quick checks. I'm not going to be going through the whole process of installing Flutter. So if somebody does not have it installed, you can just do it after watching the video later on as well. Before tomorrow's one, you can do but you should run Flutter Doctor once, which should sort of give you an idea that most of the things required for Flutter are properly installed or not. Okay. So whether Flutter is installed or not, if you want to develop for Android, then Android toolchain should be working. If you want to develop for iOS or macOS, then this should also be installed. It isn't in my case right now, but that's not a problem. You should have Chrome available if you want to also build Flutter apps for the web, and you need to have it installed in Android Studio or VS Code and all of that stuff. So I think those things are also there. Okay. Once these are in place, you should be able to start up with the Flutter project. Let me start with my first project, and then let's see how to build that particular UI that we're talking about, right? So we'll start off with Android Studio actually. And what we'll do is we'll create a new Flutter project. Okay. So I think the project is already created. Remove that folder. Try to select what kind of application is it, and what language would you want your Android or iOS part in. These things don't really matter a lot if you're coding it mostly in Flutter. But if you're making a mixed project with some of the code in native, then these things matter a lot. Which platforms do we want to build for? So I want to build for Android, iOS, Mac, and web, all platforms available, let's just say. And just say com.scalar, and then Wordle Clone will come up automatically. Okay. Let's click on finish. And and create. So one of the better things with Flutter these days is that it's easy to run a Flutter app on web as well. And since it's easy to run a Flutter app on web, as a result of that, even if you don't have an Android device or Android emulator or Android SDK or Xcode, iOS or a MacBook to work on, you can at least start building it for web and try it out. And once you've gotten to a place where most of the app is done, then you can invest time in setting up Android or iOS side of the things. Okay. Anyway, so this is how project has gotten created. We can select a device. Like let's say I want to select I want to select it for Chrome and just run it on the web browser and see. Just click on run. It will deploy it on as a Chrome app. But right now I've not made any changes to the code right now. Okay, just trying it out if the default project is running or not. So here is the project, and this is the default sample project. So if you click plus on here, the number here increases. That's all. Okay, so this is a sample project. We will obviously not be using this. We will make different things here, but this is sort of how the sample project looks like. Okay. So how the code base looks like here is just a single main file, and it contains some widgets. There is a homepage widget, which is sort of a stateful widget, which contains a title, and there is some data inside the state. There's a counter data. So every time this button is clicked here, the floating button is clicked, it runs the increment counter function, which sort of increases the counter's value and all of that. Okay. So what we will do is, rather than this, I will just create a folder for widgets. This is where we will keep our widgets, and we will remove this, home page thing. So what I will do is, for now, I will just create a new widget, a Dart file called homepage. Okay, and what I will do is I will move this homepage stuff into that. So I will take the homepage related stuff, move it there. Okay, and handle the imports. And what I will do is here, this homepage stuff, we will just be importing it from the other file. Okay. Okay, somebody said how to create the same thing in VS Code. Somebody had asked. So by the way, you can actually do, write your first app. I think they should have any Visual Studio Code as well. How to create a new app in Visual Studio Code. I think just using Flutter init works. Okay, so with Visual Studio Code, if you have to do the same thing, because somebody was asking. So there's an option for, I don't have it installed, I'll just install it. Okay. There is a new project option in Flutter, I think this, and this should give you a way to create an application. And then you select the folder where you will create it. And this is how you can create in Flutter in VS Code. Okay. So not creating one, but if you're using VS Code, then that's how you can create it in VS Code. Okay. Hope that helps you. I think Swamini Bhagwat, you had asked how to create it in VS Code instead. Okay. Oh, by the way, this project itself, just in case, if I just open it in VS Code, that's also fine. We can just see the same files, run the same stuff. We can run this project from VS Code as well, uh, right? You can type Flutter, and it has run Flutter and all of the change project. All of the Flutter options are also available. You can run this project from Flutter from VS Code as well. And then as an editor, that's perfectly fine, whichever one you choose to use. Okay, so what we'll need here is this homepage stuff. We will actually just remove the homepage widget. Instead of that, we will create a Wordle page. Okay, so to create a Wordle page, let's just say, just go ahead with creating a new page for a Wordle game page. Okay, so let's just say create a new page called. Okay. So I'll create you have to create two widgets in Flutter for anything. Right. So this homepage, this was a stateful widget as it was created in the demo that was given. There are two kinds of widgets in Flutter called stateful and stateless widgets. So stateful widgets contain some data on if the data changes, the widget re-renders itself. It's a more complex than stateless widgets. We can start off by building a stateless widget, and we will make them stateful if we need to. If we want to store some information, we will make them stateful. Okay. Part of this stuff, if you have never done Flutter before, could be little complex for you, which is fine. You can cover more stuff on Flutter after watching this video later as well. It will start making more sense then. So I'll just go ahead with this, create a stateless widget. So there's a snippet for creating stateless widgets if you have the Flutter extension installed. So I'll create a stateless widget called okay. And we have to build basically something from that. So in the homepage, how they had built it is they had created a scaffold, and inside the scaffold there is sort of an app bar, and there's a body and all of that stuff. So we can do something similar. We can create a scaffold here. A scaffold is a way to create a page in Flutter. Inside the scaffold, we can send an app bar. Inside the app bar, we can give a title. Okay. I think title should be a text, I believe. Then there's the body. Okay. Let's say body is just so wherever you want to put a placeholder, you can put a container. Container is sort of an empty stuff there. As you can see, the body contains a lot of things here. We will position things there eventually. Okay. And now in our main page, what we can do is instead of my home page, we can create a Wordle page. Okay, so save this, and here, as you can see, it has changed. So there is Wordle written there, and in fact, I'll just put this beside here so that I can quickly shift from here to here. So you can see this Wordle written there. The rest of the things from homepage are gone, and now I can actually safely delete the homepage thing as well. Yeah, just. So I've deleted homepage. I don't need the demo page. I will just build from the Wordle page itself. Okay. Now, to build something here, what we need to do is make sort of two things. One is the grid for the Flutter stuff there. By the way, if you don't want an app bar, you can also let that be, right? So we sort of need this thing. This is the correct URL for Flutter here, Wordle. Yeah, so we need this thing at the top bar. We need the grid, and we need the sort of keyboard at the bottom. Okay. So what I will do is I will create 3 widgets for this. So I will create a new widget called Wordle title bar. Okay, I'll create a Wordle grid, and I will create a keyboard. Each of these, let's just start off with the stateless widget, and here what we'll do is we'll just say return text, which sorry. Inside a child, this is okay. So something similar, let's say for the Wordle grid, and there's a title bar. So I'm just making 3 placeholders here, which I want to place on my page and see how they look like. So inside the container, what I will do is I will create a column. So I will create a child which is of type column. And inside this column, I will do is I will put 3 children. One is the title bar. Second is I will put the grid. And third is I will put the keyboard. Okay. So that's sort of how it looks like: title bar, grid, keyboard. Okay, we don't them at the top like this, so I'll make a few changes here. So in the column, I will do is I will do main axis size as main axis size dot max. So main axis of a column is the vertical axis, so the size of it will take the entire length. And I will do main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between. What other stuff? What does this stuff make it do? So you see the title bar now here. Okay. You see the grid here, and you see the keyboard sort of down there. Okay. How did this happen? That's sort of using, we can read a little bit about. Main axis alignment, how do alignments happen? And anybody who has worked on CSS a little bit would sort of understand this, that when you're creating flex boxes in CSS, you can change the alignment, justify content, and align items. There are two CSS variables by which you can handle these things. So this is the in a row, the horizontal axis is the main axis, the cross axis is the vertical one. In a column, the main axis is vertical, cross axis is the horizontal one. Okay, and there's a lot of alignments and all that you can do. So I think let me see if there's some visual things available here. Yeah. So I think this page is sort of should be good enough. I'll just send a link also in the chat there if somebody wants to go and check. So it covers most of the things around how columns are sort of laid out and everything. Okay. So when you use this thing, space between, it means that between the items, spaces are added: title bar, grid, and keyboard. Okay. So now let's actually sort of make these things look better. So what I will do is in case of the Wordle title bar, I will make it a row. Okay. So I will make this as a, you can actually use wrap with row. So it goes inside a row. Now inside that row, I will give the title bar comes to the center now. Okay, the title bar, the grid, and the keyboard, they all sort of come to the center because of this. Um, or you could also do something else. Instead of doing it here, you can just have the cross-axis alignment here. Now for the title bar, what I will do here is sort of change the text to have a little bit of larger size and everything. Add sort of text style. Yeah. So top of the thing, it should say Wordle. We have to add those icons for settings and all. We'll get there. Okay. If we want to turn it bold and all. Mm. Then let's sort of go to the grid. Okay, so how do we build the grid and how do we build the keyboard, right? A couple of so to build the grid, what we will need is we can use some for loops and all. So let's create a uh, grid element. Okay, so I will create this thing, a new widget. Um, you can call it grid element or you can call it grid cell. Okay. Or what else cell you can say. Okay. So the grid is consisting of those boxes, or you can call it Wordle letterbox. Okay, so each letterbox, whatever you want to sort of call it. Okay. Yeah. So now we have these letterboxes. So let's say in the letterbox, we just for now just add a child which is a text and which says the letter A. Okay. So what we're gonna do is in the grid, what we will do is we will create rows. So let's say we create some const rows equal to 6. Okay. And we create const word size equal to 5. Okay. I'm creating these as const so that we can change them later on easily. So now what we will do is we'll create 6 rows, and inside it each will have 5 boxes, right? So let's say we create a rows which is a list of the Wordle letterboxes. Okay, so in fact, that's sort of how a row is going to be. So we can do sort of like this, that, sorry, rows will be of this type. Mm, uh, we have here. Just a second. Yeah. So we'll do a list. I think we can do a list of empty list with the value growable equal to true, so that it can sort of grow. Okay. So for and we can do 0 I less than number of rows. Oh, sorry. And then we'll do for int j equal to so what we're going to do here is Wordle rows dot add, and we will add a new list empty. Okay. Then here, what we'll do is Wordle rows of I dot add, and we will add a letterbox. Okay. So instead of making a list of widgets, we can actually make a list of row as well. Okay. So here we can do is okay. And then after the for loop, what we will do is boxes dot so you put everything into the boxes. Then what we'll do is Wordle rows dot add, we will create a new row. And for a row, we need children, right? So in case of children, we will add the boxes. Okay. And what we'll do for the Wordle grid is that we will create a column here. Instead of text, we'll create a column. And inside that column, we need children. So inside this, we will add the rows. Oh, sorry, we need to put a semicolon there. So that, like a grid of A's has been formed. Now we don't really need A's, a lot of A's there, first of all, and we also need to sort of align it to the center. So we'll do a few things here. So first of all, here. So it's already center because of this. I will take each of these sort of letters. So this container, we will have to create a decoration of a box decoration. Box decoration, so that we can add the border and all of that stuff. So we can add a border. We'll add a border. So this border, I think. Let's see. Uh, so margin on all sides of let's say 4, and padding on all sides of 10. Okay. And we have created a box decoration for a border. Let's see how does that look like. So sort of like the grid that we want. We can obviously play around with the sort of sizes a little bit. I mean, it should be a little bigger like this. So let's do that. Let's see. We can actually have width and height settings properly. So let's say width is going to be of 30, and height is going to be of 30 as well. So if you want proper square boxes, let's see. I think we have to make them bigger. It is too big. Maybe 50 is sort of good. Yeah, okay. Okay, size, I guess. Yeah. Okay. That sort of our grid has gotten formed. Okay. Right. So all the letters would be at the center, and then sort of this is sort of is okay. Okay. Maybe you can go with 60. So that's our vertical grid. I think pretty much same as what we wanted. I think the margins are a little more. I think 2 should be okay. Okay. Hey, we don't need the text actually now. Let's see what we'll put inside that after that. Now we have to go back to the keyboard thing. Okay. By the way, one thing I just wanted to show here is that we can sometimes extract out widgets as well. So in this grid, what we have done is we have created a Wordle row like this. What do we want to create a separate, Wordle row separately? So I can do is I can create a new dart file. Let's call it Wordle row. Okay. Here I will create a stateless widget called Wordle row. Okay. Now What I'm going to do is this is sort of a very interesting thing, understanding how to move sort of like uh, the concept of rows outside of one widget from another. Like if your one widget is becoming too complex, there's a lot of logic coming in. You can move it out and extract it out to another widget. So what we can do is that let's move the word size from here to the row. Okay. And here, let's say we put this logic that this will return a row. Okay. This will basically return this row. That what we are returning inside our Wordle crate. This sort of Wordle rows we're saying. So this row that we're saying, okay. So we need those boxes. So how do we create those boxes? Let's say we bring this part of the loop out and we write that here. Okay. We need to import the letterbox. Okay. Instead of doing Wordle rows.add like this, we can just sort of create here. This row is what we needed, right? So this row is already down there. There we go. So we create the boxes, add letterbox inside it, and add the boxes there. From here, we don't need the sort of need of word size sort of here. We don't need this inner loop actually. Okay, so there's something very interesting. Pawan has actually written. So Pawan is very famous in the Flutter community, very famous Flutter dev. Pawan is available on the Codepool handle. So he's written that you can create a column and children inside children. You can create a for loop, right? So I'm just showing the text message that he had sent. So you can create children for var I in text I dot toString like that. It's also possible to be done. Okay. So let's say if I want to just do it this way, I'll remove this thing from here. Okay. For children, I will do is make an array. The array means what? For I can do the int as well, I guess. For var I in text, in order to do that for I don't know. Pawan, can you help me with this a little bit? Is it possible in Dart to create a normal for loop also here, or is it has to be a for each kind of a loop? Till he tells that, I can just write here. I can just create a row, I can just create 6 rows. Okay, so I've sort of extracted the row logic out. Right, so now rows are created separately and then rows are put inside the grid. Okay, you can create a loop and put this as well. We still end up with the same result, 5, not 6. Okay, now that part of the grid has gotten created. Now let's focus on the keyboard. Okay, so the keyboard would look a lot like that letterbox is. I'll just copy that. Let's call it Wordle key. Um, sorry, just a bit of distraction there. Anyway, so we make this key. We'll call it, let's say, Wordle key. Mm. Now similar. This does, but I will do is I will add a letter here. So I will do here. This letter I will put inside my constructor. Okay. So anybody creating this Wordle key has to pass the letter. Okay. Letter available there. What I do is inside the container I add a child and I write text and pass the letter there. Okay. So that sort of a key is there. I will make the keyboard there after that. Okay. So the key and the box look very similar because as we can see, they're not very different. These things and these things, only size is different, but similar kind of logic and all it will need to have. So I will go and do that. So let's say this is my Wordle key, right? So for the Wordle key, what I will do is let's see for the keyboard, we need to have a column here as well. So this has to become a column. Column will have 3 rows. Keyboard needs to have 3 rows, right? Um, let's just say the first row is going to have Wordle key, and like the whole query layout. So let's just do that. Q W. Let's see how it's looking like now. Looks like this query at the bottom like that. Okay, so let me just make the whole keyboard. Okay, so this is for the next row. A and then so little manual work here, but we can't really actually avoid it because we will need actually sort of keys for this. You can make a string and sort of make a string split and for each add, make a functional way of doing that as well. So maybe there is a way of doing what I think for I in. This is one way of doing it. Okay. So I actually can do this for the other ones as well if you want to. In fact, I will try to keep this as yeah, fine, and same thing for this as well. Make some small changes. So for this column, I will do a cross-axis alignment of sort of. We have sort of the keyboard there. Obviously, keyboard is a little different here. We don't need that much width actually. So for the Wordle key, I think width we can go for 30, too less. We don't need that border decoration as well, so we can remove the border stuff from there. Um, Background color we do need. Yeah, I mean, sort of what we need. I think the width could be a little bit more. It could be maybe 40. Okay. So that's sort of the keyboard that we need here, and then that's sort of made. Okay. Um, so as of now, none of these is sort of interacting, obviously, and then we will have to sort of work on that. We do need two more keys also. So two of these keys, the enter and sort of the delete buttons as well. So we can do a couple of things actually. So instead of the letter, what we can do is here. Um, we can do keycap. People who use keyboards know what the word keycap means. It's what's sort of written on the top of the key. So I can do final keycap is equal to, and here I can write that if sort of the letter is like let's say for enter, I can use a character. I don't know, let's say underscore for the enter, and for the backspace, let's use this character. Okay, so we can do is so if letter is this, then we can do keycap equal to I can create an icon instead. Icon start, I think is an enter icon, keyboard return. And then I can do is keycap equal to let's say if letter equal to this, right? So Then we can do keycap equal to backspace outlined icon, right? And else we can do keycap text of that letter. Okay. So now here I will put the keycap in the child. So yeah, we sort of have what we need. We have the enter button, the back button, and all of this. Right. Somebody's asked which is a better framework, React Native or Flutter to start as a beginner. I think that for hybrid app development, like using the same code base to build both iOS and Android apps together, I would recommend Flutter over React Native. Just today itself, actually, very interestingly, there has been I think Zerodha has published. Let me find Zerodha engineering blog. So Zerodha.tech has published an article just today itself. One of the best apps in India made in Flutter is sort of Zerodha, I feel. So they have written an article about from native to React Native to Flutter about their journey. A very nice article about how they made it originally in native Android, and they moved to React Native, then they moved to Flutter, and sort of what was their experience of doing that. And I sort of agree that these days Flutter is easier to learn both, and also has less problems like conflicts in building and all, which happens in React Native. So it's an easy recommendation in that case. Okay. Anyway, so I think we have got most of the things sort of set up. Here, I think a couple of things you want to tweak around with. So for example, if the icon you want sort of I don't know size, you want to change a little bit. Probably not for 18 the size. A little smaller there. If you want sort of shape of this to change, we can change the box shape or rectangle. And then there is a point. We can check out radius. You can make these sort of rounded corners that you need in the Flutter ones that you can do here. Text size and all, if you need a little bit larger, those things also you can do. I think 24 is too much. I think I can go to 20. I think this can also be 20. Yeah, I think that's sort of good enough for keyboard. Almost close enough, I guess. Yes, right. you want a little different width also, so that's sort of also possible. Width is supposed to be what a double, right? So we can do, I don't know, we can do 16. Here we can do 14. So yeah, the backspace and the enter button can be a little wider as it is there in the Wordle game. So yeah, okay. I think the keyboard has a little less more margin also around it, so that we can handle. I think give a margin of 4 here. Mostly, yeah, similar. I have to actually handle typing the words and how that is sort of supposed to happen, and for that we actually do need states to be managed. Okay, so what happens is that to handle this in case of Flutter, there are multiple ways of doing this. So just a very simple way of doing state, as is shown in a stateful widget in Flutter's example. And I'll just go through that first before actually using a different state management sort of setup, because here state management is a little more complex than that. Is no, I think. So I think state management. So it talks about state management. So it shows how clicking on different things can take you different places in the app and etc. So I think there's a simple app state management that they have shown how to do state management like this, right? So there is a concept of obviously stateful and stateless widgets. I think that's going to be there. I'll just search for that. So if you look at the documentation, it talks about what stateful widgets are, and inside a stateful widget, if you change anything inside the state, it sort of updates the state and it changes. The problem is that stateful widgets are sort of good if the widget changes its own state, kind of a thing sort of happens. It was the home screen that got added by default in our case, right? By the way, I forgot to actually share the code. I will share the code of this repository as well before going on to the next steps. But anyway, so what happens is that in the earlier case, the whole main screen was turned into a stateful widget. And you're clicking on the plus button, the main screen sort of is re-rendered and all of that thing is happening. The thing is that for this Wordle game, we can obviously put the entire state of the game itself at the right at the top. We can make that okay. We make our Wordle page itself stateful. The thing is that every time anything changes, every letter you type, the whole page will get re-rendered because everything is sort of stateful right from the top, which is not a good way to handle it. And also, you have to pass events from the bottom. You have to either make a callback into the inner function, inner widgets. So because every keyboard you're pressing, they have to work with state in some way. So what is better for these kind of things where you have a lot of different widgets which together are composed to create this, to keep the state separate from the UI completely. And there are a lot of frameworks. So I will just sort of show you some of those. So there is block.dev, block, there's blocklibrary.dev, I believe is the correct website. Yeah. So there's a state management library called block, which sort of talks about one way of doing state management, which is actually the most popular one. There is also a provider pattern. I think there's the provider Flutter package. So this is how the provider library works. Okay. This is one of them. Then there is something called getx, which also apparently is very popular. A lot of people seem to be using it. Right. What I seem to have liked quite a bit to make apps of this scale. Visual Flutter, the Wordle is a very simple app actually, not a lot of state. Is using something called Riverpod. So Riverpod is a little upcoming one. It's made by the author of the same person who created the provider library. Provider is a very famous library actually. It's the most common one. And but provider is also for simple apps. Block is mostly that's used for more complex apps. Provider is used for simpler apps. Riverpod is made by the same person who created the provider library earlier. They have sort of gone back and rewritten that library because they feel like there were some bugs inside provider and they created Riverpod. And this is sort of what I have preferred using for sort of small projects. Okay, so we'll use this to manage the state, and we'll see how we have to manage the state of sort of the word that we have to select and how we can sort of type things. Okay, so let's go there. I think the UI is done. I will just make a commit actually at this point. I haven't made a single commit in this repository. Yeah, I think provider is Riverpod. I think there's a nice thing Pawan pointed. I think it's just like you can rearrange the words from provider, and the only probably word that you can make out of that is Riverpod. So this is the repository where the code is pushed. This is where we will start from the next day also, so you can sort of keep it. Not ending the session right now, just sending it here right now so that you guys have it. I will pin this also probably try to. Just added this in the chat for YouTube if you can see it, the repository. Okay. Yeah. Cool. What we need next is actually a few things to happen here. We need a sort of state management and all of that stuff. What I will do is I will, we will need a list of words, 5-letter valid words, right? So where can we get a list of valid 5-letter words? So the hack obviously is that I already have created such a list. I have a repository called words where you can get a list of 4-letter words and 5-letter words and 6-letter words. But where did I get this list from? So, all 5-letter words in English. Think and search. There are some places where you can get a list of 2,400 words that have 5 letters in English. So starting with A, starting with B, and this bunch of words here. So possible to pick from here is one of the places you can scrape that a bit. So apparently, There are multiple ways to sort of scrape this. Let's say I take just I don't know this li, use this in console. Uh, so temp zero dot inner, not temp zero actually. I have to pick this whole list. So the unordered list. Use this in console temp one, and we can do sorry. In our text should be all of these words. We can do is dot split on slash n should give me an array of these words, right? And sort of just copy this maybe as JSON, and that's one of the ways of getting sort of all the possible words. Okay. So there are actually 2,400 sort of words here. Some of them might be very uncommon. So I think common 5-letter words in English, maybe you can find 600 plus common 5-letter words. I think apparently there's this list as well, so can pick from here as well. So anyway, I have done that job for you, and there is this list of words of 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and 6-letter words all are there. So in fact, what I will do is I will add this to my app. Where can I download it from? Here, right? So so I'll just take this and go inside our assets. So there is a you can create an assets folder here. And inside assets, you can add this. So let's see how to add our assets into our app is you have to go in your YAML file and we have to add some assets. So here's how to add assets. So add our assets. We add 4, 5, 6, all of them. 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and 6-letter words. Because about the scraping process, so I mean, you can use a proper scraper like Beautiful Soup is there. But if you just want to do it on your browser itself, you can just open any site and like I opened. Good. I think help from Pavan there. Is that I can just put asset slash there. It will pick up the whole folder. So that's something we can do. Okay. So what we will do is also another thing we have to add in PubSpec is how to add river pod. So how to add river pod into a project. I will do that as well. So to add river pod in our project, I have to add dependencies. Flutter river pod this. What is the latest version available? Let's check also. The latest version is actually 1.0.3. That's sort of a beta pre-release version. 2.0.0 dev 0. I think we can use that. That's fine. So I will add this in the dependencies. Okay. And you have to run flutter pub get so that it can download the river pod dependency.
Okay. So to deal with sort of state, there are multiple ways that are shown in the RiverPod package itself. So I think getting started, they have shown that you have to first of all put something inside hello world provider like this. So a provider is something inside which the data can change, and then you have to put your app inside provider scope, and then you can sort of access the value from the provider like this. Okay, so this is how to create a provider. Okay, it sort of returns a value, and then this is how to read a provider inside. So some widget that you want to use the data, you have to turn into consumer widget. It is shown like this. So I will actually implement this, and we will see how that sort of works. Okay. And there are apparently some more complex things. So there's some examples given. So there is an example of a to-do list app which uses providers. So what they have done is they have created a to-do class. So the to-do class is encapsulating to-do objects. They have created a to-do list. Okay. So a to-do list is something of a type called state notifier. What is a state notifier is a way to sort of update, the value of the to-do list. So there's an add function to add to-dos. There's a toggle function, edit function like that. So we will also do certain things like that. So let's do that. Okay. What we will need here, so 4-letter words we have done. I think we need to get the other ones as well. I think. Download the 5-letter words too. Now we have to read these values. So I'll create a folder. Let's say I create a directory for providers. I'll create another directory for data. So there are a couple of things I will load. So one thing is I will create a game settings object which stores data like how many attempts somebody can take, and um, how many, what is the word size, so that we can change the word size, and how many this thing attempts somebody can do. So those kind of things. Okay. So I'll do is game settings. So for this game settings provider, what I will do is there are a couple of things I will do. So I'll create a class. Okay. This should have two values. One is
word size. We can give a default value of, say, 5, and attempts equal to 6. Okay, that's not the default value. Okay, we can also do is create another function called create a function called clone. What this does, from my existing game settings object, we can create another game settings object and change either the word size or sort of the attempts. Okay, so we can pass either in create another constructor as well. So let's see why I've some of these elaborate processes happening and why I'm doing this. Okay. In fact, leave these things here. So okay. So what we'll do is we'll create a state notifier. What's a state notifier? A state notifier is function which sort of wraps around any class, and then inside that class we can create functions to mutate it so that it will update our state. So why I'm doing all of this process, it will be a little more understandable when we sort of create an observer. Okay, so the thing is that we don't want to listen, we don't want to manually listen for when word size changes, when attempt changes. That's what Riverpod helps us with. We will create a provider, and whichever widgets depend on the provider, whenever game settings changes, the provider will update the widget automatically. So for that to happen, we will have to do this setup a little bit. Okay, so this is our actual main object that we really need, nothing else. This is the notifier inside which we will write the functions how to update the game settings. We will not write those functions directly here. So one of the things that we will do is update attempts. Okay. We'll take attempts inside it, and what we'll do is we'll do state equal to state dot clone, and we will pass the new value of attempts to somebody, and why go through all this convoluted process? So the reason for that is, this operator somebody had asked, what is this doing? So it means that if attempts is null, then use this side. If word size is null, then use this. If word size is not null, it will use this. If word size is null, then it will use this side. That's what the question mark operator means. Okay. People who have written code in Kotlin, the Elvis operator like this, that's the same thing. Anyway, so this state, there is a setter for the state. Okay. So as you can see, when we do state equal to state.clone something, it does not directly set the value. There is a setter. What it does is that it actually notifies some listeners. Okay. So internally, Riverpod has a concept of listeners, and all the widgets which depend on the state, they will listen to that. And whenever the state updates, it will refresh those widgets. That's why I am not creating update attempts. So I could also do is, create update attempts here. And simply do this dot attempts equal to I, something like this. So we'll not do that. Instead, we will always update the full state, and actually we will keep this as final. So we will never update attempts or word size inside game settings. If we want to update the word size or game settings, we will create actually a new game settings object and notify the state. And finally, we will create a provider. So we will create something like this. And this is a global object, which is fine to do. And because the state is going to be global, so we will create a global object. Game settings provider. And the game settings provider, we do is we create a new state notifier provider, which takes data type. State notifier provider takes the notifier and the state. So the notifier is game setting notifier, the state is game settings, and okay, what happened? You have to provide a create function. I think can't make it const. I'm sorry. We have to make it a final. By default, we will make game settings with word size 5 and attempts as 6. I think that should be it. Oh, sorry, we have to create a game settings notifier. In fact, we can just pass that here. So the default way to create it is to create a game settings object with word size 5 and attempt 6. Like making this thing, why I'm doing it this way. So we create a game settings provider that creates a notifier. The notifier creates a default game settings object with word size 5 and attempt 6. And if we call it update attempts or update word size, then those data can change. Now, where do we need the attempts and the word size, right? So we need the attempts and the word size inside the sort of attempts we need in here, right? Wordle grid. Okay, so we can do one thing. Instead of passing the word size as a const here, we can do is here write make this required. No. Okay. Or just sort of so here inside every Wordle row we will have to provide the word size. Okay, so let's just say for every word size we have the const. We did not actually use the const rows here anyway. So what we will do here is instead of actually hard coding this, we want to sort of fetch these values from the provider and also have a way to update these values in the provider. So let me do one thing in my in my title bar, right? So inside the title bar, we have this thing, like beside, after Wordle, we can maybe add 3 buttons to shift things from 1 word to 2, 5 word to 6 word, something like that. Okay. So let's say we can change sort of the difficulty. We can create a so there's this text. So I'll just after the text something else I will add. So we will add here is let's say a button for changing the word size. Okay, so let's say so let's do
Yeah. So this high button, what we do is if we click on that, it will just toggle the difficulty of the sort of game from, let's say, high, low, or something like that. So we will design something around that, and this is something to click and change the number of words that are available. So we want to change the game settings here. Okay, so those are two buttons that we want to build here. Okay, so let's see how to do that. In fact, what we'll have to do is we'll create two different widgets also for that. So we will create a difficulty button, and we will create a word size button. Or we can sort of create it there only. It's fine. I think we can just sort of create a. So what I'm going to do is I'm first time going to create something called a stateful widget, a consumer widget. So why I will do a consumer widget? So I'll create a consumer widget, and I will call this as word size toggle. Okay. And I will return here. This is the word size toggle. Let's say I will just return this thing here. Now, instead of making this container here, I will make a word size toggle here. So the word size toggle, let's say we don't need the key. I have to import consumer widget from Riverboard. So we'll create the word size toggle here, right? So inside the word size toggle, instead of writing the text 4, what we will do is we will do game settings equal to ref.read game settings provider. So we will read the game settings provider. Okay. And instead of 4 here, we will write game settings dot word size. But we also want to change the word size. So that's also something that we want to do. Okay. And this has to be turned into string, I think. Can we do string? Okay. Now I will create a function here. Update word size. Okay. And inside that, I will call game settings notifier dot update word size and pass a new word size. So what I will do is okay. So simple logic, what it does is that it checks what's the current word size. If it is 5, it will move to 6. If 6 move to 4, and 4 will move to 5. This is the update word size function. Okay.
this is what I want to do when this button is pressed. Okay, so we can have, I think here we can have a on pressed. We can, instead of a text, we can create a text button now. That we can create a, I don't know, outlined button, and child can be this, and on pressed we can do bit word size. Okay. So now a problem is happened, no provider scope found. That's because I did not follow the basic instruction that was given here, that I have to create a provider scope for everything. So that is fine. What I have to do is I have to put the main app inside a provider scope. So I will go and do that. I will go main.dart and I will put the main app here. Inside run app only, that has been done. Run app, provider scope, child, my app. Okay. Provider scope and child, my app. Okay. Now if I click on 5, it changes to 6 and 4, 5, 6. As you can see, this state changing is happening. Okay. Now this is just to change the state in this button. Why did I do so many, roundabout things? Because if all we needed to change was just the state of this button, we could have just made this button as a stateful button and it would have worked. But why did I do all of these effort is because now I will make my grid word size depend on that word size. How will I do that? I will change this into a consumer widget. When I make it a consumer widget, I will have to add a ref here. Ref. Okay. So now where will I get the word size from? I will get the word size from here. And we just pass the word size everywhere. Small little thing, I have not set it up. Yeah, I'll just okay. So now the size of every row would also depend on that game settings provider. Now let's see if this worked or not. I change it to 6, change it to 4. Okay, so this is what creating state outside the widget helps us in. That we can click this button, change the state getting changed as redraws all these rows as well. Okay, creating this button, I would also do something similar with this button. If I do high, medium, and low, then what will happen is we will change the number of attempts that are available from high, medium, and low. So 4 attempts, 5 attempts, and 6 attempts. We can do something like that. Okay. So that will tell us how many rows we will need as well. Okay. Let's see. We'll do the same thing in the title bar, and we will go and create like the Wordle size toggle, something similar to that. And toggle, okay. Here what we'll do is read the game settings in the game setting notifier. We'll do update attempts, and attempts by default will give it 6. Okay, and this we will change between let's say we change it between 5, 6, and 7 attempts, or we can do 4, 5, 6 only is fine, I think. So we can do is the default state of game settings. Yeah. So 4, 5, 6, and okay. The text would be a little different. Here I will write can't return from a switch statement, sadly. Okay, fine. So game settings dot attempts. So case 4, we will write text equal to 5. High, medium, and low, and default would also be that. It's the same, and here we'll pass this text here. Okay, so we made this word size toggle here, and here we write the word text toggle. Okay, and the word size toggle. Also, we have to do 0 here and 30 there, I think 40, and we can also do yeah. So we can change. Sorry. This is the word attempts toggle is also doing update attempts. Okay. So now we will fetch the number of attempts from here rather than doing the rows here. do for int I equal to 0 and I less than game settings dot attempts and I plus plus, and then we'll do rows dot add Wordle row with word size as word size. That's all, and we'll just add the rows there. Okay. So we can change the high difficulty, medium difficulty, and low difficulty, and we can change the word size. So now we actually have a better game than the original Wordle because we can either use 4-letter, 5-letter, or 6-letter words, and we can also change the difficulty of the game as well. Okay. What line number 73 change? Line number 73, where were you asking? I think. Oh yeah, this you are asking. So you are correct, Sumitra. So we have fixed that. So I will add a commit till now. Okay. So I have updated the game settings state to your GitHub repository. Okay. So I will actually continue with the actual playing the game and sort of setting the state for every word we have selected. Probably in tomorrow's session, we have been at it for almost 2 hours now, right? I will like to cover a few other things meanwhile. One of them is that this, as you have seen, is sort of running on Chrome. We can also run it on as a desktop app as well, like a native desktop app. So I can actually run this, and it builds a native app to run. And then finally, one thing very interestingly also is possible is that to be able to run it on a mobile as well. So I will also run it on a mobile and show it to you. Um, Okay, so this is a native app on macOS where we can actually play the game as well. Okay, this is not running in Mac. Okay, this is a proper desktop app. Okay, and then apart from that, we can also run it on mobile as well. So let's see. So I'll just compile it for Android as well. This will take a bit of time, I guess. Take some time to compile for Android. Uh, but this is now an app that actually runs on mobile as well as web. So you can actually ship it as a website, and you can also sort of um, ship it as an APK as well. So before doing today's session, whatever we have built sort of till now. Okay, let me see. I think. Okay, so this is running on my mobile. A couple of things obviously have happened. I have to see that. This is running on the phone. One of the things that has happened is that the keyboard has sort of leaked outside a little bit at the bottom. We can fix that a little bit by going to the keyboard keys and making their width maybe 50 and 5. Making the sizes as 18.
And heights should be fine. Let's see height. We can also maybe reduce a bit. We can make it 55. So still a bit of problem. Still leaking out a little bit. So maybe the margin we can reduce slightly more than. So we have a margin of 4. We can make it 3 maybe. So it fits into the phone quite okay. There are other ways of sort of handling this as well. We can find the width of the phone and then fit the keyboard inside that as well. One more thing that has happened is sort of at the top, the sort of status bar thing has sort of shifted inside. There are ways to sort of handle that as well. I think we have put it inside a scaffold. Probably add a empty container in the app bar, maybe. I don't know. Oh, we have to create an app bar. We can create an empty app bar. Let's see. Oh, that creates a empty app bar though, I think. We can handle some of those things. So we'll probably fix some of those things as well. But yeah, I mean, we can handle some of those things like this. But yeah, this works on both mobile phones as well as web, as we can see. In fact, you can also do is like actually host it on GitHub Pages as well. Very interestingly. So I have actually was making something similar once. I just mostly projects when I'm doing live streaming, I try to build them once manually as well before the session. So I was building this. So this is also built till sort of similar state as what we were building today in class. You can actually also create a GitHub workflow where what I do is I actually build for web and release it to GitHub Pages as well. So this project, this is one that I made a few days back. So this is actually hosted, and this is the same game made in Flutter only, right? And so stuff like that, press enter and see if the word is correct or not, and so it does not check if the word is a valid word or not, like the Wordle game. So those things are still left to be done. Right. So apparently RIK letters are there. So we will have to see, what word it can be. Anyway, this is something that I just similar thing I was just making, and we have to add the letter adding things as well. We will do it in tomorrow's session how to do that, and we'll also sort of host the website also, and we will actually make an APK also that will get released. Okay. So that one you can check. That's on my GitHub as well. And today, whatever we have done till now, I will just push the latest state. So okay, so that's sort of it. We have pushed the current state till now. So building a clone of Word, as you might be knowing if you had attended the last session. So we're trying to build, this game that has been very famous, quite trending on Twitter these days. Everybody is playing this game, so we're trying to build something like that. In fact, we have added a few extra functionalities as well in that. So what we have done is we have added the capability to change the difficulty of the game. So, higher difficulty means you get less number of low, medium, and high. So you get less number of attempts. If it's high difficulty, then you get only 4 attempts. If you get medium, you get 5 attempts, and low, you get 6 attempts. And also change the word size and all of that. Okay, so we are done till here. What we have to do now is sort of actually look at the game state, and this is sort of going to be how sort of game logic design kind of works. We have got most of the UI working. How do we load the words? How do we select each word? So that will be happening here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So what we need to do is, like we had the game settings provider, which sort of helps us keep track of how many, what is the word size and how many attempts are allowed. So I will have a game state provider now. Okay. So we will create another file here. We'll call it game state provider. And here we will have a class. Okay. We will create a notifier, just like we did it the last time. We need a notifier to sort of, update. Hey, hi, Rishabh. See your chat there. So we need to update the the state using a notifier so that all our widgets can listen to it. So this is a little complex process of setting up the notifier, but we'll just do this. So every time we create a new provider, it's actually quite easy if you see the steps. So what we have to do is create another class called game state notifier. Game state notifier will extend from state notifier and state notifier of data type game state. Okay. We just need to add the constructor here. Okay. We don't need to pass anything here. We can have a default state kind of a thing. We will actually check those things. And finally, we have to create a we have to create a final game state provider, which is going to be constructed from state notifier provider. Okay. So we create a state notifier provider. We will basically create a new game state notifier here. Okay, so we'll just remove this for now. We'll just make it just make an empty constructor of game state. Okay, and we will do here. So that's sort of what all we need. Okay, not much else, except now our game state provider has to watch game settings because so first of all, in our game state, what are the things that we need? We need a list of words which are valid words. So we will create, final list of string. Okay. Valid words. Okay. All of these things we need to provide basically inside the constructor as well. So we will do that. Oh, hey, hi, Rishabh. I just saw the other message. So you implemented your Medium clone, and that helped you land a job at Deloitte. That's great. Like, I am so happy to hear that. Congratulations. Hopefully, next time you want to switch jobs or anything, maybe some other video of mine can help you. I'll be very happy. So somebody coding Cosmos has asked that if you want to apply at Zomato as an Android intern, then would they ask DSA questions? They do ask a few DSA questions. They don't really ask a lot of very difficult DSA questions, but some DSA questions are asked, right? Okay. So we will create, let's say, valid words originally as an empty string. Okay. We will see other things slowly happening. So how do we fetch these valid words? We have these, list of 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and 6-letter words. So to read them, what we can do is we have created this thing called a Wordle repo. What I will do is I will create a function to load words. Okay, so I will create a function called let's say I'll create an async function, by the way. So why I need to create an async function is because reading words is a file input-output operation, which, so let me just start off with, load words, okay. And I will provide the word length here. Okay. Now, to do this thing, what I have to do is I have this thing root bundle. And here there is a load string, and inside the load string we can pass assets slash, and I can pass word length hyphen. So I can do this, something like this. Now this has basically a callback type, right? So I can do a then on here, or what I can do is I can just call await here. Now to make it await, my outer function has to be a future. So this is how it is going to be. It's people who have worked on JavaScript would know a little bit about how promises are written. So you create a function that returns promise, and you can make that function async, and you can do await here, something like this, basically. Okay. So I will do here is final data equal to this. Then what we need to do is actually, so I will I'll do JSON decode this data, right, as a list of, I think it's dynamic type. Okay. So we do list string here. I want to do a few things here. I want to do dot map, and I want to map each item to okay, let's say just want to return this thing. Sorry. Okay, so I will JSON decode this, and I'll just return everything. Okay. We have this load words function. How is that useful? We will see here. So valid words is that's an empty string. We would need a few things inside my game state. I need a final string word. Okay. Sorry.
So the first word that we'll start off with, let's say, is begin, and we will load different words every time sort of refreshes pressed. Okay, next we need word length. Actually, that is also something we'll save here. Finally, in the word length. Okay, we will pass that also here. Word length is 5 by default. In fact, we might not need the word length. What we can do is instead, we can also keep the game settings object inside this. We can have final game settings. Okay. Now we have to pass a game settings object here. How do we do that? We can do is final settings equal to ref dot watch game settings provider, and we can pass the game settings object here. We don't need the word length anymore. Okay. Why all of these things happening here? So Dharti, you asked that when some data is likely to change when the app is running, we put it in a provider. That's correct. I mean, state, things which will change, and based on it changing, if we want some widgets to re-render and redraw or something like that. So for those kind of things, we put it inside a provider. Okay, state of the app, those things we put it inside providers. Things which will remain constant, we don't need to put inside providers. Okay. So we'll put this, settings here. Now, what I'm doing here is basically defined in, the river pod as the concept of combining providers. So what is it that if you want the weather to depend on city, so what you can do is when you're creating weather provider, you can, sort of watch the city provider, something like this. So that's possible. Okay. So I'm doing something like this. I have created my game state provider, which depends on my game settings provider. So if game settings updates, my game state will also update, because if my game setting, the word size or attempts update, then I have to update the game state accordingly. Okay. So now we will create a game state with some valid words. Correct word is begin, settings go to settings, something like this. What else do we sort of need here is we'll have to create a function called update words. Okay, so let's say we create a function and we make it a future function void update. Okay. Why do we have this update words function? So this function is to sort of load the words into the game state. Okay. So what we will do here, whenever update words is sort of called, we will load this data. So words equal to, we will do load words, and in word length we will pass is the state dot settings dot word size. Okay. And this will fetch me all the words that I needed. And I need to update the words in the state. So I will have to create a clone function like we had in the settings. Okay. So we will create a game state clone function here. Okay. Very similar to this. And here we will pass. So sometimes we might need to update the words here. So awesome. List string. Um, so so for valid words, what we'll do is either valid words are provided to us, or we'll use the older set, something similar to that. Okay. Now, when I load the words, after loading the words, what I will do is state equal to state.clone, valid words equal to words. Okay. I have to wait, so. Right. So whenever game settings sort of updates, what we do is we create and then we do game state notifier dot update words. Okay. So let's try to understand what's sort of happening here. Every time so I'm watching basically my game settings provider. So anything in game settings gets updated, either the word size or the attempt. So if that gets updated, I create a new game state notifier and I update the words inside it. So if the words got updated, I will reload the words from my JSON file, right? So this is to sort of update the words. We also will have another function void. This function is basically correct word, or let's just call it reset correct word. New correct word, we can say. Okay. What does this do? We will provide a correct word as well. How do I find out this correct word thing? We can do is so I import the random function so that I can do is create a new correct word. How can I create a new correct word? I will do state dot valid words, and out of that I will find out what does this function do? The new correct word function, it updates the correct word by fetching a new correct word from the existing valid words. So the valid word would always be this list, basically an array of 4-letter words, or an array of 5-letter words, an array of 6-letter words. Okay. So every time I call the new correct word function, it would update the value of correct word inside state by
fetching another valid word from the valid words inside the state. Okay. Um, awesome. So why do we want to do that? Right. So we want to do that because every time a game is ended, so we go to the next game, we can find out a new correct word like this. Okay. Um, in fact, after update words is done, we should also call new correct word here. This will update the state twice, once here and once here. So rather than doing that, we can just simply do is update word is called. Okay. So interesting. We get this thing happening. Now, what is the correct word? If you just want to print the correct word every time the settings are updated, we can just do one thing. Let's just say if I just want to write a log line here. So I just do this and I just run this game. We will see that whether the correct word gets updated every time or not. I change the things. Okay. So I'll just check my logs here. Okay, it's not yet getting printed. Let me see if I missed something. Let me just add a watch too. Okay, so we have got a little bit of a problem here. Let's see. I think the load words repo has a little bit of problem. I have to, I think,
list. And I think I have to cast it too. Yeah, I think this should be a list casting expression. This should help. I think this should solve the problem. So correct word still does not seem to be printed. Let's see. But the new correct word is begin. If I change it to 6, if I change it to something else, yeah, so that does happen. So sounds good, I think. This is sort of okay. The word gets updated every time I click on this. The word is getting updated, which is what I want. That's happening. Okay. A couple of other things that we need inside my game state is also a list of attempts. And I can just call this as, I don't know, late. Um, what else do we need is we want to keep a record of all the attempts that have been done and how many attempted, rows have been attempted. Okay. So I will add the required values for this as well. So I have to add. Okay. So in the default case, what will happen is, we will start off with um, attempts as an empty array, and we will start off with attempted as 0. Okay, so that's the default case we start off with. Okay. Um, so we will have to add these here as well. Now, what we have to do is every time a letter is sort of typed, we have to add sort of update the current attempt. And another thing that we need to add is sort of when all 5 letters have been typed, and then we have to check if this word exists or not. So actually finalize that attempt. Okay. So we will add two functions here. So one is update current attempt with string key, and I will add another one. Or we can do it with the update current attempt only. Okay, so just this one only. So we can check for actually if. So remember our keyboard. If you look at the keyboard, we had used underscore for enter and this less than arrow for delete actually. Okay, so we can actually handle here that if key is underscore, and enter press. If key equal to this, then handle delete backspace. Okay. So what do we do? So if just a single letter is pressed, then first we have to check if it is the first letter or not. Okay, so if this is the first letter we are talking about, the first letter has been clicked or not. Okay, the first letter is clicked or not, then we have to check if attempts exist or not. So if state dot attempts or I'll just do this. Okay. If attempts dot length, okay, and if 0 has been attempted, right? So if I do if attempts dot length is equal to, or I mean, we can actually for safety side also use less than equal to state dot attempted. Okay. What we need to do is we need to pass attempts we'll have to do attempted state dot attempted. Actually, we'll have to just add one, so we'll have to do attempts dot add b string there. Okay. Or other than that, what we can do is we can have current attempt as an empty string. So if this is if attempts dot length is actually greater than state dot attempted, we can just do current attempt equal to which part am I dealing with here is that I am going to keep track of how many I have attempted till now. Okay. So for example, in this state, 3 are already attempted. So I want to, like if I just refresh this and I play this game, so ERT like this. Now, what happens when I want to press sort of the letter? I mean, let's just say we have. So we write a word, press enter. So how many are attempted right now? One is attempted. This row is, by the way, attempts index 1, right? This is attempts index 0, glow. The next one, empty one, is attempts index 1. So if attempted equal to 1, then currently the row that I am dealing with, right? The row on which I am writing things is basically uh, the attempts state.attempted. This is the one I'm writing to. Okay. So first I will check that if attempts.length is actually greater than or not. If it is, then I just handle the current attempt there. If this attempts.length is equal to state.attempted, it means that this is the first letter I'm about to type right now. Okay. Now, what I will do here is that if current attempt dot length is greater than equal to state dot settings dot word size. So if this length exceeds the word size somehow, I will have to print a warning here, or I can actually, in fact, throw an exception also. Okay, or print a warning, whatever I want to do. So I should technically just print a warning. Let's just say here that you know. So I just write this thing and I just return from here. Don't deal with anything here. Okay. So if the current attempt dot length is already greater than or equal to this. If it is not, then what I will do is I will do current attempt equal to current attempt plus equal to the key. Sorry, current attempt plus equal to the key that was pressed. Okay. And then I will do is attempts state dot attempted right equal to current attempt. Okay. And then I will create a clone of the state. I will do state equal to state dot clone, and I will update the attempts. Okay. So whenever I'm typing a letter, what happens is that I fetch the attempts. I see that if this row already has some letters written, I fetch that one. Then if I see that if my row is already exceeding the correct word size, then I just print this in return. Otherwise, I add that key to the current attempt. So if it was written, like df, this is written. So I'll just do df and then plus the key that was actually pressed. Okay. And then what else do we do? I will do state dot clone. Okay. So that's sort of it. Okay. Only thing is I will just do a print here of current attempt so that we can see that this data is changing or not. Okay. So where do I call update current attempt for? We will do that whenever any keyboard key is pressed. So whenever any keyboard key is pressed, right? This is the keyboard key. This is the container, and this is the keycap, right? So here's the sort of keycap. So I will put the keycap actually inside. The keycap can be icon or text. So I will keep the keycap inside a button. make something packable in Flutter. So I'll wrap this inside a apparently inkwell. What we'll do here in every key press is I will make this a consumer widget. And then I will add a ref here. So I will read I will update the current attempt with the key. So with the key, I will pass this letter here basically. So let's see what happens. I think I have to just run it again maybe. Okay, we have a little bit of a problem. So the button press was detected, of course, except we did have a problem. We'll have to check once. Interesting. So I think we are having a bit of a problem. In calling this function, update current attempt. So we are having a problem here somewhere. In fetching the key, I think this is somewhere we are having a problem. Let me see if this is a big issue. Actually, I'll just run this on native actually. That way the errors are a little easier to track. If you're running it on web, then the errors are a little harder to track because it's a JS error instead of a Dart error. Here the error will happen in Dart only. If you're running it in Android or iOS or native Mac. So I'm running it on native Mac and I will just see where the error actually occurred. So let's see. Okay, let's just press a button and see. Okay, so the error happens somewhere here. Attempt state.attempted equal to current attempt. So this is the one where sort of the problem happens. Okay. think I missed an if condition somewhere. Oh, sorry, here. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so this happens, whatever I wanted to sort of, print. Now, if I reach beyond 5-letter words, it's sort of saying trying to type words longer, and it's not doing anything here. Okay, so which is sort of fine. The letters are getting typed, which is sort of awesome. Let's make the letters actually show up on the screen. So how do we make the letters show up on the screen is that we have to look at the Wordle row. And inside the Wordle row, we have to sort of show up the letter on the screen appropriately. Wordle rows are actually created from the Wordle grid. So inside the Wordle grid, we will have to get access to the current attempt and actually display things there. So what we have to do is here we will need access to okay. I just want to check, by the way, folks who are on Discord, are you getting the audio and video properly? We can mention that on the Learn Together channel if you're seeing the audio and video properly or not. Just didn't check for people on Discord. If anyway by not, then you can also come over to the YouTube stream instead. So yeah, let's see. So what we need to do here in the game, when we're creating the grid, every row that we will create. So we are passing the word size, of course. Let's also pass the contents here. The content is going to be a string. Let's just say, okay, thanks, Jatin, for mentioning that it's audible. So here, let's just say I add, when creating the row of words, I pass as a string. So I will actually add in Wordle row. I will add final string. Just add the word here. Okay, so we'll just add the word that needs to be there inside this row, and when it is getting constructed, so this is required. Okay. So what we do for the Wordle row when we are constructing it here is be game state dot attempts ith one. Only problem is that ith attempt might be empty. Okay. So there are a bunch of ways to handle this. A couple of things we can do. One is actually a better option is actually we can go to game state provider, and here in the sort of attempts, we can actually create it with as many attempts are there, that many empty strings we can actually create instead. That's one way to handle it. Then this if conditions to handle all of these problems would not also sort of have happened. But the other way could be we can just check here that word equal to empty string, and if game state dot attempts dot length is greater than I, then word equal to gamescale.attempts I at 1, right? And then instead of word, I will pass the word here like this. Okay, so the word gets passed into the row. So a word is available. Now, for every letter box that we are creating, we can get the letter as well. So here we can add a final string letter. Okay. We can make this actually nullable if we want to, and we can pass this, I don't know, required this dot letter. Let it not be required as well because it's a nullable column. Okay. Here inside the container, we can now add a child text, and text can be letter or empty string. Okay. So from the grid, I will pass the word into each row. From the row, I will pass the, I will have to pass the characters into each letter box. So what I will do here is that now, if word dot length is greater than j, the string file I have to wordle dot caret. No character at. Why can't we do G like this? Sorry. So you have to do later. Okay. Okay. So let's just see this again from the beginning. So in the grid, what I'm doing is that I am checking if there is a word that exists for each row. So this is the for loop that I run for every row. And if a word for that row exists, if a word for that row exists, I pass that word. Otherwise, I pass an empty string. Okay. Then inside the row, what I do is I get a word. I check if the length of the word is greater than j. If it is, then for every box that we are adding, we pass the letter of that word. Otherwise, we pass an empty box. And in the letter box, if we get a letter, we show it. Otherwise, we don't show it. So yeah, there we go. So T, Y, U, W, F, the letters that we typed that have come up and they have shown here. Only thing is we need to probably add some styling here a little bit better. Let's see. Style, I'll do text style, and font size I can give 20 here. Okay. So good enough for what it looks like. Maybe we need to make it bold as well, so we can do that. Font weight. Sorry. So bold as well. So words are sort of coming up here, except we need to handle backspace and enter button also, right? Let's go and handle backspace and enter. While we do that, I will just sort of update a commit here. So adding words to rows is work. Okay, cool. Okay. So time to handle the when enter button is pressed and when back button is pressed. So when back button is pressed, what we will do is that if current attempt, so we can do something about the current attempt fetching thing. So can remove all of this stuff here actually. If current attempt is empty, I think empty is a empty string, right? I mean, the string is empty. So if current attempt is empty, we can just write here cannot backspace on empty. But if it's not empty, then what we will do current attempt equal to current attempt dot substring from 0 to current attempt dot length minus 4. Okay. So this way, what we will do is we will backspace basically one character, and then we don't need to do this anymore. So we'll update the current attempt with going backspace. So let's try this out. And then backspace, does it work? Yeah, backspace works too. Okay. Slight little update actually inside the key. I'll do is I'll put the inkwell outside, in fact. So I'll make the whole container. I'll put the container inside an inkwell rather. Okay, so this inkwell thing. Instead of this child, I will return this container. So that way my container is inside my inkwell. Let's see if that works. You can press the whole button actually then, yeah, which is actually better. Sort of better. Cool. So that works. Awesome. Now we have to handle the enter button press. Okay. So let's see how to handle the pressing the enter button. So when the enter button is pressed. So when the enter button is pressed, one thing that we have to check is that if dot length is less than state dot settings dot word size. In that case, we'll print that word and we just return from here. But if it is okay, then all we need to do is we have to update state with attempted and state dot attempted plus one. I have to press plus one on the attempted, and then the enter will start working. So let's see how does this happen. So now, if I press more back beyond this, cannot backspace on empty string. Now I add glow, and then if I try to type anything more, cannot type more. If I press enter, then if I start typing, it's the next word. So I'm able to go from one row to the next row. That is fine. The only thing is that when an attempt is sort of finished, then we also have to sort of mark these letters as whether they were done or not. So that is also something that I have to do. How to handle that? So let's go and check that out. So we will check that if in the Wordle row, so here we will have to manage, we will have to find out whether something has been attempted or not, and if it has been attempted, whether to mark the letter in gray or in green, etc. All of these things. Okay. So to do that, when we are creating this letterbox, we will have to pass a few things. We will have to pass the word size into this. Word size is sort of not needed. The correct word is needed and the letter. So we will have here final attempted final boolean. So the value of attempted, we will pass a true or false, something like that. We have to also pass the correct word. Or rather than doing these things, what we can do is maintain the word state actually at a global game state level. So instead of doing this, I'll do is go to the game state provider and um, so here I will do is I'll create a hash map of this type. So basically, so I'll create a hash map where I keep this information. Let's say the letter F has been used. So I have a hash map of this type A, B, C, D like this. If letter A is unused, I will write unused. If B has been, used, but we find out that it is not there in the word, like B is, right? So we write that, B is um, invalid. C, so let me try out some other word actually here in the real Wordle game. So I'll try the word craft. Okay. So words like C and R, which sort of have hit the correct position for this, we can have that thing mentioned here, that whether that word has been utilized or not. So those information we can store. Either we can do that, or what we can do is we can maintain it at the letterbox level. We provide the word. We also need attempted is true or not attempted. What will be passed in attempted and boolean? So we'll have to add required this dot correct word and require this. So to pass the value of attempted, what we need is that if Or I can pass the attempted value from word row itself. So I can write here. Pass it from one level above actually. So in the grid, what I will do is I will check if game state dot attempted is greater than, so if I'm in third row and more than three have been, so a value of attempted is three or more, then I will do attempted true, and I will pass that value here. That's easy to pass through. The attempted I can just simply pass through here. We need letter, we need attempted. We also need the correct word, so pass that. And we can create the word letter box accordingly then. Now we have to check in basically the letter box that we're creating. We have to give it background color of gray, yellow, or green based on if the word was valid or not. So here we have to pass some color. So by the way, here if in color we pass green, same, all the boxes will become green. Not what we want. So what we will do is we need a color return type, right? So what we do is we create a function here. Color get bg color. Or you can also do it like this. I think color bg color. Yeah. So what should be the bg color be? Now for the bg color we need what's it? We'll have to go to the function only. So if attempted, so I'll make this as this. If attempted, if not attempted, so then we will simply return null. Else we will see that if correct word dot if not correct word dot contains the letter, then we return color dot gray. if we also have to parse the index here. Interesting. So we'll pass the position when we're creating the letterbox. Position equal to j. If correct word dot index of letter equal to position, then if it is equal to position, then green actually, and else we can return colors dot yellow, orange maybe. So if this row is not attempted, we don't give any BG color. If the if it does not contain this letter, then gray. If it contains letter at the correct position, then green. Otherwise, which means it does contain it, okay, but not at a correct position, then it will be orange. So let's see, how does that look like? So we'll have to do here in the container, we will have to pass decoration color equal to get BG color. Okay, everything got turned green. Seems like not correct. Was the word green? Everything is turning green. Something must be wrong here. So I think we'll have to print. Oh, I think I sent the wrong correct word here. That's the problem. So it's supposed to be correct word here. Correct word is not the word. Correct word is supposed to be something else. So, okay. So we'll have to see this once now. The correct word is mouse. Okay. Okay, so here we have a little bit of problem. As you can see, my letters are being in capital, right? So we can handle this. How we can handle this is we can go to the keyboard, and here I will just change this to, okay. Okay. When showing it in the keyboard key, I will make sure that the keycap is letter dot to uppercase. Okay. That way, I can start playing the game. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, we have to handle the uppercase letter inside the letter box as well. So inside letter box, the letter would be letter dot to uppercase. Okay, so I think I got sort of E correct, A as a hint, because the actual word is supposed to be place. So if I do plank, I will get PALA as correct. Okay, so this working. Most of the logic that I needed for the game, that's sort of working here. Okay, and correct word is sort of getting formed here. In actual game, what happens is that there is no gray border around this green. We can do some of those cosmetic updates to our game. In our game, right? How can we do those cosmetic updates? Let's quickly see. Um, and also do a border. Border should be what? Box border. So let's return box border. or we can do, I don't know. If not attempted, we will return this. Else we will return border for all, and color would be transparent, and it would be to same thing, just a transparent border in this case. And I will call get border here. So I think that's fine. Okay. We need to add some border radius maybe as well here. So I don't know, border radius dot all radius dot circular 4 should be okay, I think. Except yeah. Little rounded corners in the borders as well. Text color needs to be white if it has already been attempted actually. What is today's word? I don't know. Crisp maybe. Let's see. Okay. Yellow words, I don't know what it does, but yeah, I think it changes it to white only. So that's today's word apparently. Anyway, so is green also supposed to be, I don't know, apple green? And we need to get the color of the text color. So text color is supposed to be coming from here. Style, text style. We have a text color there as well. So if not attempted, probably very dark black. Yeah. And else okay, so we will have color here as good. So when you start typing something that's in black, when we finish it, then it goes away. I'm not doing the animations like flipping and all of that as of now. Just the basic sort of functionality sort of done as of now. Sounds good, right? Now you have to handle the game over part of it so that before the, if the word actually matches, then we sort of reset the game and all of that also has to happen.
So we have about half an hour. In half an hour, I am not sure if I can actually do the backend part. In fact, I will try to do it probably on the next weekend. Then set up a backend server so that we can do multiplayer Wordle and send invites to people with this game. We will have to fetch the data. So we will have a copy of the data locally as well. So I'll just tell you what are the things we will do to enable the multiplayer thing. So what we will do is here these words that are there. What we can do is we can actually get a MD5 sum of these words. So let's say I go and do okay. So let's take a string. Let's say like away. Is the MD5. You can actually take the first few characters of the MD5 like this, like EFB5, EFB580, and we can actually make the JSON a little different from this, right? So what we could do is so we take the case of able C0DB. So this basically. So what I will do is we can take the first 6 letters. Okay. And I will do the same thing for all the words actually. So the words basically become like a hash table instead, right? Rather than an array like this. So every word has a sort of key. So I can do it with this as well. Hash. That's acid, right? Yeah. So six is actually reasonably good size, and the keys will not actually collide. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll create hashes for every word and create a map like this and put it on the server. We'll keep the list of the words on the app also. We don't need the map. We can just keep these words on the app, but these words will keep on the app. So the reason we keep it on the app is so that we can quickly check if the word exists or not when we are making the attempt whether the word exists or not. Right. Because like in Wordle, what happens is that if I try out a word like let me see quickly, yeah. So if I try out with a word that's not a correct word, like if I try there is no word like UITEW. It says not in the word list. Okay. So this thing, if I want to implement, what I will have to do is on the app side, I will have to keep a copy of the list of words so that I can do this matching. But on the server, I will have this mapping of this list. So now if I start a game and I get acid as my word, this becomes my online key to join the game. So what I will do is I will, ask somebody to join at let's say wordle.app slash this, and when somebody joins this link, right, uh, wordle.app slash f9 this okay, just maybe keep it here for better readability. Yeah. So when somebody comes and joins sort of this link, two people who both join this link, they will get the same word actually. So I can start a new game. I will get a link and I will send this link to someone else. They will also join the game and they will get the same word. And on the server side, I will create this. So that is something that I intended to do so that we can start a new game and we'll get sort of the word ID and something like this, which is also fine. We can actually do it without a server also. In fact, if we want to, if we keep the map of these MD5 sums actually on the app side, both the things are sort of possible.
Um, that is something that I wanted to do. I think I will just do that in the next session, probably next week, and I will sit down and actually do that. For now, what I can, the other thing that I can do is actually deploy this site using GitHub Actions, because it's made in Flutter and it's for Flutter Web. So I can sort of deploy it, and you guys can all play this game that has been made till now, actually. Before that, a couple of corrections we need to do in the game state provider. We will have to select here that when we press enter, we have to also check that if state dot valid words dot contains current attempt. If not, then we have to sort of return something like, we can actually print an error also, I think. Let me see in Flutter. We can do a bunch of things. I think we can do Flutter error, dot on error, and then I think what is Flutter error dot present error? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I mean, we can do a bunch of things here. You can throw some error or anything. But anyway, for now, I can just do this. Print this not in valid words list. Something we had to do because if the currently attempted thing. So this way, what we can do is, like, if I write a word like HIJKL and I press enter, I should not be able to go to the next row because this is not the correct word. Okay, we have to show the error, like not in word list, all those errors and all of that stuff also we'll have to work on. But I think this is sort of something that's done. But if I use, okay, and finally, if we reach sort of the correct word or something, then we can sort of reset the, I don't know, the app or something like that. That's also something we will have to do. So you can do various things around that. We can add a delay and then reset the app. If the current attempt is actually the correct word, right? Anyway, so I think now this is done. I will just push this code once. Awesome. Now, let's see if I can deploy this site also actually. So to deploy this site, I will check once how to, GitHub Actions, Flutter, build web. Let me see. There is a GitHub Actions web page. Apparently, we can do something about that. Automatically publish Flutter app on GitHub pages. So there are certain things we can do about this. So we'll go and actually add a I'll add a GitHub action workflow for let's say I call it Flutter web publish. Sorry. Dot YAML. Every time main branch is pushed, I will run this job. Okay, so that's what this means. I will create a job. So job would be to build. Okay. So a couple of things we need to do. So we'll have to add some steps. So first step would be to check out my repository. After I check out the repository, there is a Flutter action available, which I just checked. So there is this. This is how to run Flutter actions on GitHub Actions, so Flutter related steps on GitHub Action. So I will do is this. So I have to specify which channel, so Flutter stable, with which it will build. Apart from that, what I will have to do is I have to run Flutter pub get so that it can install the repositories, and then it will run Flutter build web release. Okay. So let's see if it can build my Flutter app on GitHub Actions or not. Right. So I will just
Where can I find that out? So I will go to my repository. Let's see if the GitHub action is running or not. So apparently something failed here. Line number 15, some error. Okay, what's the error? Or you have to use a Flutter version as well. Okay, what's my Flutter version? I think Flutter 2.8.1. So let's do. Uh-oh. What's the problem? Steps, uses, seems okay. Oh, I have to indent this here. I think the steps, okay. Okay. 0.8.1 channel stable and Flutter build web release. Let's see now. Okay, line 12. Seems like it's all correct. Okay, let's see if the build is running or not. If the build is running, then we will try to publish this project as well. Checkout has worked. It's installing Flutter. So if we build this website, actually, what will happen is it will get deployed somewhere here. We'll have to deploy the GH pages branch on GitHub. So I think there is a GitHub action GH pages. So there's an action for GH pages. Actually, this deploys websites to GH pages. So there's a way to deploy this. So what I will do is we'll deploy our website to GH pages like this. Did the build work? Okay. So this wasn't actually the build. I'll have to run. Then we need to do is actually deploy. So for that, we will use this action GH pages, this one. So we will run it only if we are on branch name is here, but still we can actually run that. That's fine. We'll have to pass the GitHub to and the publish directory. So publish directory would be what happens if I run here Flutter build web. So the directory in which it gets built is actually build/web. So this is where it is going to be built. So I will deploy the directory /build/web. One more little thing that we need to handle is that this will get deployed somewhere here. academy.github.io/Wordle clone. So for this /Wordle clone part to correctly work, we generally have to pass this value, flutter base href actually. So to handle that, what we can do is we will add this little environment variable here. And when we are building it, we will add this base href value here.
Okay. What does this do? Let's see. It should deploy it to the GH pages branch. It will first build it, create this folder, build slash web, then deploy this folder to the GH pages branch, and then we will have to just see if it works or not. Let's see. It works. I think all of you all should be able to, check it out, run it, and see. So let's push to GH pages. Technically, let's see. We should have a branch called GH pages. Yeah. This is where it has deployed. Now let's see if we can go to settings and pages. Site is already published. GH pages, save. I think I'll have to make one more push to GH pages for it to actually work. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to push once more. So let me, after doing the GitHub settings, you have to push one more time for it to actually work. That's a small bug on GitHub. So this index and all, if there is anything to update, let's see. Title and all is sort of there. Maybe we can add some description. Oh, there is already Wordle Clone in Flutter. It's fine. So we update the title like this. Yeah. Just push one more time. Let's wait for the build to happen. This is the URL where it would be available. I will just sort of, oh, it's already available on the URL, it seems. Oh, it's actually available. So I'll just send the URL once on the YouTube chat. I'll also send it inside the Discord server. Yeah, try it out, folks, and see if it works for you or not. You can select different difficulty levels. You can select different word sizes, and you can play the game. We have to add a lot of functionalities that exist in the main game. If anybody is interested, you can help in that. So sort of, after you win the game, there is a way to share this game as well. So you can so you can sort of share. This result gets copied to the clipboard, which is basically emojis and all. That what was my Wordle score for today. So that gets copied. If you want to add the share functionality, or you want to add anything else functionality in the game, in our Wordle game, feel free to go ahead and do that. Okay. I think I will end today's session here. The multiplayer part, where it will fetch the words from the server and we can make common games, I think that we will try to cover in next week, and I'll try to do a session on that. Okay. Thank you for the folks who have turned up to watch this. Have a nice day.